No beautiful world. Sometime late due to some technical difficulties. Um, of course, I have the first that lock number one. I have that on the screen for, when we do start the live auctions. And hopefully this will be the first lot I'll be selling. All those items are from the 1990s. Well, the late 90s, most of them, majority of them. And we are going to be doing some reading today. I don't know how long, but let's see. I want to go over some of the items. Let's start up here. Okay. Steve Kisner. Okay, hold on. Something froze. All right, it's back. Okay, this Steve Kisser, Kinser is 1998. Brand new. Okay, for some reason the screen keeps on freezing. I think it's teaching, but it still shouldn't freeze. More technical difficulties. Okay, where were we? Couldn't see his name. The car is covered up his name. But it's a 1996 edition. This is it. 1996. Jeff Gordon. 1998. This is a special one. Dan Marino, the football player, I guess he endorsed this race car. I'm not for sure. Hmm. 1999. They're all in the 90s. Let's see. We have Dale Earnhardt, Rusty Wallace, another Dale Earnhardt, another kind. This the Tasmanian Devil on it. No, this one's from 2000. Yeah, this one is 2000. Alan Kowicki, the Hooters car, 1998. Another Jeff Gordon, 1998. Now this is a bigger car. It's a Jeff Gordon as well. It's a 1998, the bigger one. This seems like a special one. 24 karat gold plated commemorative series Reflections in Gold, stock rise. And the gold car year is 1998. This is another one of those bigger ones, like the little medium car. This one's Kenny Irvin. 1998. Another Jeff Gordon. This was 1995. Tractor trailer. It says Hendrick on the truck. I'm not for sure. Look at this. Oh, Chase the Race. Maybe y'all can recognize who that is. Let's see. Manufactured in 2001. Another gold car. McDonald's Racing Champions. This is a heavy car. $19.98. This bigger car. Never been opened. None of these have ever been opened. This is a Speedy Beanie. The Speedy Beanie is from 1998. I hope my volume's okay. Bobby Isaac, 1996. Bud Moore, 1996. Another Bud Moore, 1996. 1996, Dick Brooks. This is really. Alright, hold on. Now you are man. Okay. They can't see your face.
Body.
Yeah, sexy body. Oh my. Go, boo. Nope. I'm about to start reading in a minute. I'm only going to stay on for like an hour. At least I'll have a video up there. Alright, let me get this set up. Ready. That's what I'm about to do. Um, hmm? Can you go on YouTube and like the video and like the live? Hey, Fritz. Obviously, it's gonna go in and out. It has a mind of its own. Anyways, this book. I'll start reading in a couple of minutes. By the way, I don't drink alcohol, so I'm drinking sweet tea. Yay. Grown folks time. It would be nice if I had an audience with the book reading. Okay. What I'm gonna do. sun is still up. I was hoping the sun was going to be going down. I don't know if it look a little red. Turn this red light on. Have a little something different. And bring it closer. Okay, I'm about to start reading in 2 minutes. And I've been on live for 55 minutes now. So it's time to start the book reading. I'm going to skip the part where the author talks about herself. This is actually a kind of older book. I have not read this book. Um, yeah, the name of it is Turned Out by Angel M. Hunter. And this book was printed in 2007. She dedicated this book to her family. Only her family can handle her, she says. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and read the introduction so you all can have a feel of how the author, how she wanted to portray herself to the world. So I think I'm going to go ahead on and read her little introduction since it's really short anyway. So I'll go ahead and read it. Okay, her introduction, it says, dedicated to my family, only they can handle me. Dedicated to my husband, Tony B. Irby. Thanks for allowing me to be myself and giving me the most precious gift in life. Our son, the future poet, Anthony S. Irby. Dear friends, I want to thank you for accepting my storytelling and my writings. I try to address issues that everyday people face, and these issues change often. Issues such as sexuality, drug use, racism, abuse, and spirituality. Sometimes people are afraid to reveal what's going on in their lives, afraid to voice their feelings and expose what they consider secrets for the fear of being judged. From emails and letters I've received, I've realized that a lot of people want to live out loud, share, and know that they have options and choices. Please know that you are not alone in your internal and external struggles. There's always someone going through what you're going through or who's been already through it. We must support one another. I thank you for your continued support and your words of encouragement. Keep reading. Angela M. Hunter Irby. Okay. I have a problem already. Glasses. This much. Let's see. Oh, I can't wait to start this book. I'll be back. Back in a minute. Trying to give y'all some visuals. Trying to give y'all some visuals. Yeah, there it is. Since no one's here, I'm going to go ahead and put on a pot of coffee, and then I'll come back and start reading. Stay. Stay right there. Don't move. Stay. Don't move. Just stay here. Right. Leave. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Got fluid in the legs. They got to be yeah. But women, back up. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. They got the secrets. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Now he's dead. You don't know even he's dead. He ruins you. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start reading. I've been live for an hour and a half now. The name of the book, once again, is Turn Out. Chapter 1. The name of chapter 1 is Shining Star, Earth, Wind, and Fire. At the age of 29, you would think Champagne Rose had it all. She worked as a publicist in New York City and was engaged to the man of many women's dreams, Zaire Truesdale. Not only was he a wealthy entrepreneur, but he was kind of supportive and willing to do anything for her. Even with the picture perfect life, Champagne felt that something was missing, and she was ready to make changes in her life and in her relationship. She did not believe in moving in with someone before marrying them, up until Zaire convinced her otherwise. Now, 5 years later, she and Zaire lived together unmarried. The funny thing was, he wanted to get married, but she was comfortable with what they had. She enjoyed having her own bank account. She enjoyed the independence that came along with not being married. Champagne watched her friends' relationships fall apart right after they got married, for one reason or another, and she didn't want that to happen to her and Zaire. She wasn't ready to get married, but she also wasn't ready to break up. It's just that they'd been together now for so long, and things were starting to wear thin. The chemistry wasn't there. The sex had just become a routine. The same shit over and over. You lick me, I suck you, you put it in, then I ride you. You come, I'll come, maybe if I'm lucky, at least that's how she perceived it. Champagne yearned for more caressing, kissing, cuddling, and talking. She knew she still loved him, but the passion was gone. She often found herself avoiding sex altogether. If it was bothering her, it had to be bothering him. Was it her? Was it him? Was it their busy lifestyles? Whatever it was, she knew it had to change, and fast. She wanted to feel his fingers in her hair, moving down her neck where his fingers would be replaced with his lips. She wanted him to tease her with his tongue, tease her with his manhood, putting just the tip and pulling it in and putting it out. She wanted to beg for it. She wanted to demand that he enter her. She was tired of him putting it in whether she was ready or not. Tired of the roll over and over, the moving in and out, up and down, momentum of it all. She was just plain tired. Champagne wanted things to change. She needed things to change. She still loved him for goodness sake, but just wasn't in love. Were you supposed to stay in love, she wondered? Or did this happen to every couple? Or did it thought of just the thought of it frightened her? She was determined to gain back what they had once had. Sometimes late at night, as they made love, she would lay there in their king size bed and let her mind wander. She pretended to instruct him, tell him what to do, where to kiss. She asked him if he'd forget her secret spots, if he would then ignite the slowly fading fire. She chose to hold these things in. She realized thinking something and saying it were two different things. She was afraid she didn't want to hurt his feelings, and she didn't definitely want him going off to be with some other woman, just to prove he still had it. So she put up with the mediocre sex and wondered if he was doing the same. Little did she know, Zaire was getting bored with their sex life as well. The fireworks and the was gone. It wasn't like he wasn't attracted to Champagne anymore. He was. To him, she was still fine and sexy. He was still drawn to her, still interested. Heck, he was ready to marry her. So why wasn't their sex life the way it used to be? Why wasn't it as intense as it used to be? He remembered when they used to have to dry their bodies off the steam they created together. They used to have sex in every room and in everywhere. She'd even give him a blowjob in the car, not once or twice, but a number of times. Now he could count the number of times she'd suck his dick in a month on one hand. What the hell was going? What the hell was going on with them? He wished he had the answer. Sometimes while they were making love, he would feel his dick off. Hold on. Sometimes while they were making love, he would feel his dick go soft. He would then have to close his eyes and fantasize. Normally, that fantasy included another woman. So common he thought, but he couldn't help it. He didn't have this fantasy because he wanted to sex someone else down. He did it because he believed it would enhance what was slowly fading. He also would enhance. He also knew it would. It was an ego thing. He wanted to be the man, the one to satisfy two women. He also wanted to see his woman being pleased. He loved how she looked when she was at the point of no return. The way her eyes would close and her mouth would part, and she would arch her back and let out a soft moan. The other reason was because honestly his mind did stray, and he did think about new pussy every now and again. And then this way he could actually get it on without cheating. So, on second thought, maybe he did want to sex another woman down. Just like Champagne, he didn't say anything. He didn't want her to kick him out or kick his ass. She might even have accused him of having an affair, which wasn't there, done that, got caught, and won't do it again. Zaire Truesdale owned his own business. Well, actually, it used to be his parents when they retired. And let's start over. Zaire Truesdale owned his own business. Well, actually, it used to be his parents. And when they retired, they turned it over to him. Both parents were now deceased. His father had died 4 years earlier of a heart attack, and his mother less than a year later of a heart attack. At least that was what he believed. Being the educated brother he was, he capitalized on it in a big way. Because of his business sense, Zaire was able to live comfortably. He thanked his parents in his prayers, and he knew they would have been proud of him and what he had done with the business. Princeton laid down. Okay, let's start. Let's read that last paragraph once again. Being the educated brother he was, he kept being the educated brother he capitalized on it in a big way because of his business sense. Zaire was able to live comfortably. He thanked his parents in his prayers and knew that they would have been proud of him and what he'd done with the business. Private Affairs, an upscale restaurant and catering service, had two locations, one in New Jersey, the other one in Georgia. His plan was to open a third in Miami within the next 2 years. Only the rich or well off could afford the prices, and that Zaire wanted to keep it. The food was not only delectable, but the ambience was classy. And on Thursday through Sunday, he showcased live bands. It was when Zaire and Champagne met. She was winning and dining. One of her potential clients, oh, hold on. She was whining and dining one of her potential clients, Jackson Davis, an up and coming actor who just landed a movie with the top billing stars. And he was looking for someone to get his name and face out there. He heard that Champagne was the one. Jackson was flirting with her, trying to get the message across that he was interested in more than business. But she pretended like she didn't notice. From across the room, Zaire couldn't take his eyes off her, but didn't want to say anything, not knowing if they were on a date. It was obvious that the gentleman she was with wanted more than she was willing to give. Every now and then he would try to take her hand and she would pull back. He leaned in a little close and she'd lean away. Zaire chuckled to himself. Damn, brother, can't you take a hint? Finally, Champagne stood up to go to the ladies' room. Zaire saw this as his opportunity. He walked a short distance behind her and placed a short distance from the bathroom door and waited for her to come out. When she stepped out and started heading towards her table, he approached her. Excuse me, you and your date are enjoying your meal? No, Zaire asked Champagne. Excuse me, are you and your date enjoying your meal? Champagne placed her hands on her hips and playfully asked him, are you a restaurant critic or something? Laughing, he told her he was the owner of the establishment and was checking on his most attractive customer. Flattered, Champagne smiled. She liked the fact that he was straight to the point. She had noticed him watching her and already knew who he was. After all, she worked in the public relations field, and it was her business to know everyone with status, especially the African American community. A month earlier, she went out to lunch with Alexis, her best friend since college. She just read a feature article on him in the Black Enterprise and was impressed. After showing his picture to Alexis, she joked, this man is fine as hell, rich and smart. I'm fine, going to be rich and borderline on brilliant. Don't you think we make a good couple? Alexis laughed. Little did she know that prediction might be coming true. When she laughed, when she heard that she might stand a chance. Well, Zaire said, interrupting her thoughts, are you and your date having a good time? He's not my date, he's a client. And yes, we're having a good time. Champagne glanced towards the table and noticed Jackson looking their way. I have to get back. What's your name? Champagne rose. Really? Yes, really. Placing her right hand in his, he brought it to his lips and placed a soft kiss on it. Well, Champagne rose. Can I call you or see you again? Looking at him in the eyes and shaking on the inside, Champagne said, how about I call you? You don't know my name or my number. Zaire Truesdale, she told him, and I'll call you here. On that note, she walked away and left him with a smile. She knew who I was all along, he said to himself. He liked the woman that played hard to get. Sometimes Champagne would think back to that moment and recall the rush of talking to him the first time. She wished they could go back and start all over again. Maybe not all over, because they'd overcome a lot. And some things she didn't want to repeat, but she did want a repeat of what was the energy of a new relationship. Realistically, she knew it was too late for all that, but it wasn't too late to make some kind of change. Chapter 2. Let's wait a while, Janet Jackson. That's the name of the chapter. Oh well. Chapter 2. Champagne was irritated by the waiter's rudeness and intended on telling him so. Then again, she was just on the edge considering she and Zaire were out to dinner to have a talk, the two most dreaded words in a relationship. Lately, they've been having a lot of disagreements about nothing and the most inopportune times. Sometimes it would start first thing in the morning, putting a damper on the rest of their day and leaving her unable to focus with her mind racing. Zaire would be doing the same thing. Each would think of what they should have said or how they could have handled the situation better. If the disagreement wasn't first thing in the morning, it was right before bedtime, leaving them unable to sleep or faking it for fear of another disagreement would start up. Everything one of them did seemed to irritate the other. It didn't matter what it was, from leaving the plate on the table to leaving the toilet seat up, or talking too loud on the phone. There was entirely too much tension in the house, and it was time to bring it all to a head. Earlier that day, fed up with the nonsense, Champagne suggested that they go out to dinner and talk and discuss some things. Zaire agreed, figuring it would be an opportunity to get some things off his chest as well. He was ready to get out of this rut that they were in and move forward. They sat at the Soul African Cafe having cocktails and waiting on their appetizers. So Zaire said, making a weak ass effort to break the ice. So Champagne replied. Zaire loosened his tie. What's on your mind? Champagne took a deep breath. I feel like our relationship is at a standstill. I feel like it's taking a turn for the worse. Like something is missing. Like we're stuck in a place I don't want to be in. I don't want to continue feeling this way. And I need to know if you're feeling the same way. Then she said it. There, she said it. Now, all she had to do was wait on his response. For a moment, Zaire didn't respond. He suspected what this talk would be about, but for her to blurt it all out, putting it all in the air, it took him off guard. He wondered if it was his fault or whether they were both to blame. He knows that it takes two to make or break a relationship. Was theirs broken or in a need of slight repair? Let's read that again. Was theirs broken or in a need of slight repair? I agree, he told her. So what do you propose? Since he agreed, Champagne wondered why didn't he bring up this before, but she did. And how long he'd been holding back. I don't know, maybe a vacation, maybe counseling, maybe time apart. Time apart? That threw Zaire for a loop. Why would they need time apart? A relationship can't be fixed with time apart. You needed to be together to make it work. Maybe she really was saying that she wanted to break up. Damn, could that be it? Could that be the real reason behind this talk? He didn't want that. Despite their differences, he couldn't imagine going over with anyone else. That whole getting out there, meeting new people, learning their quirks, their likes and dislikes was a lot of work. He had had enough work on his plate. He had to share his he had his share of gold diggers and wasn't ready to experience the drama again. Time apart? How is time apart going to help us? I suggested more time apart. And if you felt the same way, why didn't you say anything? Honestly, because I didn't know what to say. I couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. But you knew something was. Zaire sighed and reached across the table, and Champagne placed her hand on top of his. Yes, Champagne, I did. Listen, I don't know what you want me to say. I don't have any solutions, but I do know what time apart is not what we need. Maybe what we need is time together on some exotic island, away from pressures of work and other outside sources. Before Champagne could say anything, the waiter returned, placed their appetizers on the table, and walked away. Didn't even ask if they needed anything else. Champagne tried to pull her hands away to call the waiter over, but Zaire, knowing how she was about the service, squeezed her hands. What do you think the problem is? I don't know either. I just feel like things have gotten routine and that we've gotten too content. Content? You say that like it's a bad thing. He removed his hands. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is sometimes I wish we still had that I can't wait to see you and I want to be around you every minute of the day anticipation. And we had when we first got together. Champagne, is that realistic? Probably not, but the thought was nice. Zaire smiled because he remembered that feeling like it was yesterday. The anxiety of the first phone call, 1 week after their initial meeting at the private affairs. Thoughts of her overwhelmed him, and he just couldn't stop thinking about her. He wondered if she could call or just have. He wondered if she could call or if she had just played him. Right when he given up hope, she called. He was unavailable at the moment, busy going over a contract with a new chef, and told his assistant to tell her he would call her back within the hour. Zaire, she asked, when he said hello into the phone. How did you know it was me? You're unforgettable, she flirted. It was because of caller ID and the fact that his voice and his lips were unforgettable. She remembered thinking after the short conversation they had, you could fall in love with those full, luscious lips. Lips that were made for kissing and the same lips that had kissed her hand. I'm glad you called. For a minute there, I was giving up all hope, he told her. After leaving the restaurant that day, she thought of him often. She wished she had given him her cell phone number instead of taking his. She wondered if it made her seem too aggressive. Back and forth she debated, should I call him or not? What would I say? Will he ask me out or will he just flirt? Lack of confidence, then doubt, kept her from picking up the phone. Girl, call the man, Alexis told her when she expressed her fear. Remember he asked you if he could see you again? Yeah, you're right. Champagne dialed the number full of anxiety and feeling like a child about to go to the candy store, only to be told he'll call her back within the hour. She tried her hardest not to watch the clock, but found herself doing it anyway. So how's your week been? He asked. I've just been busy trying to make $1. Champagne replied. You're a publicist, right? He'd done his research. That's one of the perks of being rich. He could find out almost anything about anyone. He knew he was wrong for having her investigated, but he took someone out. But before he took someone out or got too involved, he had to know a little bit about them. Champagne didn't recall telling him, yeah, how did you know all of that? He lied. One of my waiters recognized you. He worked at an event at one of her clients. She tried to recall his staff and couldn't. Oh, would you like to go out sometimes? She thought he would never ask. Sure, when? Tomorrow, even 7 p.m. would be great. We could do dinner and perhaps a show. I like that. They chatted for a short while longer and agreed to meet at a private affairs and leave there. Champagne wasn't ready for him to know where she lived. That first date was like a fairy tale. He had a limo waiting outside for them. You go all out for your dates, Champagne asked, not really caring because she was the one getting the special treatment tonight. Pause. Let me read that last sentence. You go all out for your dates, Champagne asked, not really caring because she was the one getting the special treatment tonight. No, I wanted to impress you, he told her honestly. I also didn't want to have to concentrate on driving. I wanted all my attention to be on you. Damn, my brother was smooth and fine. Every day after that, they looked forward to with excitement. Maybe it was the newness of it all, getting to know one another, or the anticipation of the lovemaking they both determined would come sooner rather than later. Could have been the fact that when they met, they both were looking for someone to share their lives with and found it in each other. Whatever it was, it had up and disappeared. And it was now time to address the issue. Let's take this opportunity to discuss the pros and cons of our relationship, Zaire suggested. Champagne rolled her eyes. This isn't about business. This is about us. Our relationship. Pros and cons? What kind of mess is that? Well, you're the one who said you wanted to talk. I do, but I was making a suggestion. Well, make another one. Zaire sighed. Okay, let's do it this way. You say the thing that needs to change or has been bothering you, and I'll do the same. We can't get mad at each other either, okay? Champagne said, not wanting this to turn into something ugly. I agree, this is about bettering us up as a couple, not breaking each other down as individuals. Okay, I'll go first, Champagne volunteered. Maybe we've gotten bored with one another. Bored? I don't know if that's it. Maybe we've got more like routine. Everything is the same. It's stagnant, our work schedules, what we do when we get home, even the sex. The sex Champagne panicked. She knew it when she knew it and wanted to be the first to address it, but to fear him say and all brought up all sorts of insecurities. Why are you picking up on that one thing? You're the one who said we wouldn't get offended or anything. I know you're right. It's just that. Never mind. You're also right about the sex thing. I know now. Zaire turned to be offended. And you saying I don't please you? Are you saying I don't please you? They just looked at one another, Champagne thinking of him straying, Zaire wondering how many orgasms she faked. Champagne broke the silence. You please me, Zaire. It's just that we barely kiss, we barely touch. You just go right for the gusto. Even when you do that, even when you do that, I'm not wet enough. And when you go down on me, you act like it's something you want to do. Hold on. Let's read this correct. Even when you do that, I'm not wet enough. And when you go down on me, you act like you act like it's not something you want to do. You just go straight for the clitoris. Whatever happened to looking around, tasting every inch of it? Champagne thought to herself. There was no way she was going to say that out loud. Not that part, anyways. Zaire frowned. The reason we don't kiss is because you turn your head. The reason we don't touch is because you're always tired. And the reason I go for the gusto is because I thought that's what you wanted. Plus, you barely suck my dick. I feel like I have to force to feed you. And when you take it upon yourself, you just lick it and put it in and you don't devour it like you used to. I guess we're both to blame for what's happened to us, Champagne trying to recognize. Yeah, I guess we are. So the question remains, what are we going to do about it? Champagne cleared her throat. I have some suggestions. Hello? We will take a small break while they're at dinner having their conversation about their relationship. Not one person. Prince. Hello, my name is Prince. Okay, so goodbye. So goodbye. You gotta get in my bed now. Go get back in your bed. Go ahead. Do it. Good boy. Stay right there. Don't move till I come back. Stay right there. Don't move. Alright. Let's see. So far in the book turned out, let's see. So far, let's see what's going on so far. Let's do a quick summary of what we read so far. Okay. Our two main characters, Champagne and Zaire, they're having a little relationship problem. They went to dinner. They're at dinner talking about the relationship. Um, and they don't want to take space. They actually, Zaire don't want to take time off, that's for sure. But he do want to fix the relationship. And let's see what happens from there. They be reminiscing on when they first met. When they first met, Champagne had a best friend named Alexis, and Zaire had a restaurant, and she actually knew who he was, but and thought he was cute before she met him. And then she met him at one of his restaurants, and they started talking, and now they've been going together for years, but they're not married, and everything is just routine. They're both kind of upset in the bedroom because everything is getting kind of boring, and that's basically where we are right now. Let's see. Okay, they're still at dinner having a discussion about their relationship. I guess we're both to blame for what's happened to us, Champagne tried to recognize. Yeah, I guess we are. So the question remains, what are we going to do about it? Champagne cleared her throat. I have some suggestions. Go ahead. Let's make one day a week our date night. We have to do something together outside the house. Something we normally wouldn't do. Like take dance lessons. Go to play. We haven't done that in a while. Go to a play. Or we could try a new restaurant. We almost always eat at yours, which isn't a bad thing, but a change would be nice. Could we play games? Yes, we could play games. Maybe even do things with other couples. Other couples like who? Neither of them knew many. Alexis and whoever she's dating, which is at the time was no one. Zaire frowned. He liked Alexis and all, but she acted holier than thou, always talking about the Lord this and the Lord that. Don't get him wrong, he believed in God and even attached church occasionally, and even attended church occasionally. But he just felt like she went overboard. Besides, he didn't feel like hearing the when are you going to get married question, and he was ready, but it seemed like Champagne wasn't. And he couldn't pressure her because she was ready for marriage and he wasn't. When can we do all those things? But why don't we do something real wild and go to Hinduism? Hinduism, Champagne asked. Friends! Hinduism, Champagne asked. Yep. Isn't that isn't that the all nude resort? They had watched a special on it together. Zaire was ready to pack his clothes and go by the time the first commercial aired. He was afraid to say anything because he thought Champagne would ask him if he was crazy. His best friend Thomas went and said it was off the hook. People were fucking everywhere, and you could actually sit there and watch. Heck, some folks even let you join in. Now, but he wasn't too sure about it, but the watching part he could get with. Champagne surprised him by saying, "It does sound interesting. Let me think about it." "Are you serious? You really going to think about it?" "Yes, but we need also to work on doing some of the other things I suggested as well." The rest of the evening went without incident. Both of them felt a sense of relief about getting some things off their chest. The night when they arrived home, Zaire made the effort of trying to be romantic. While Champagne was in the shower, he dimmed the lights and tried to create a soft, seductive setting. He pulled out a bottle of wine, made a pallet of pillows near the fireplace, and turned on some Luther. Then he went to join her. Stepping into the bathroom, he asked, "Do you mind if I join you?" Surprised, she told him, "Of course not." Actually, she was about to get out, but knew he was trying to do and decided that instead of pulling back, she would embrace this gesture. A few seconds later, Zaire pulled back at the double glass sliding door and took her in with his eyes. He loved what he saw. 5 years later, she still was beautiful. Her skin flawless, smooth, and tight. Not an ounce of fat anywhere. How could he neglect her? He didn't know. His woman possessed what most men desire. Not only was she smart, sexy, beautiful, and compassionate, but she was also self aware and selfless. She also body and health conscious. He roamed her body with his eyes and appreciated it once again. "I'm sorry I've been neglecting you. I'm going to start making it up to you from this day forward." He got undressed and stepped into the shower, and the same here. Champagne reached over with the wash rag to rub his chest of the chest and the washboard stomach. She teased him by moving her hands below his waist, but stopped suddenly and said, "Turn around. Let me wash your back. This isn't supposed to be about me. This isn't supposed to be about you." Zaire took the buffer and placed it to the side. Then he took the lavender scented body wash and placed his hands on her shoulders. "I love you. You know that, right?" He moved his hands from her shoulders to her breast, letting the suds build up. "I can't imagine not being without you." He started massaging her nipples with his palms of his hands. "You're my future wife." He moved his hands down her stomach to her thighs as the soap washed away and got on his knees. "The mother of my children," he pushed her knees apart and Champagne leaned against the wall. Then the water still running. Zaire palmed her pussy. "Do you want me to kiss you here or on your lips first?" Champagne looked down, lust in her voice. "Those lips?" Zaire pulled her pussy and lips apart and placed one of his fingers deep within it. "How's this?" Champagne nodded. "I don't understand that. Tell me, how's this?" He took his finger out and stuck his tongue deep inside her, causing her legs to give. "What about this?" He took his tongue out and started playing with her clitoris, flicking it back and forth and then licking it. Champagne grabbed his head and tried to pull it into her pussy. "I thought you forgot about that." He looked up at her. "Let me do this my way. I don't want you to tell me that. I just go for the gusto ever again. And I don't want to have to tell you that." That night ended with a passion they both thought they wouldn't get back. Maybe this would be the new beginning they both desired. Chapter 3. They just got paid. Johnny Kemp. Champagne walked into her office, excited to start her day, only to find her boss, Charles Jackson, chilling in her space behind her desk, like he belonged there. This irritated the hell out of her. She stopped in her tracks and started to curse his ass out, but had to remind herself he's paying her what paid her bills. She loved her job. Maybe not where she worked and who she worked for, but she enjoyed doing what she did. She made people more famous than they already were. She came up with different ideas to do so. Such as press conferences, dates with other stars, and magazine interviews. She also helped throw parties. Basically, she did what she had to do to get her clients more recognition. In return, she also received gifts, trips, and recognition. Not to mention the friendship she developed with quite a few well-known actors, actresses, and singers. Champagne started working for Jackson Publicity 7 years ago as an assistant and had to work her way up to becoming one of the top publicists. She would have gotten there even sooner if she had kept with her boss. Oh, that's not right. She would have gotten there even sooner if she had slept with her boss, who tried on numerous occasions, only to have her turn him down. But like a true trooper, he wouldn't give up. Champagne, Charles Jackson said. Jackson, Champagne replied. When she first started working there, she called him Mr. Jackson, but he kept insisting that she call him Charles, which was too personal for her liking, especially with his advances. Tired of the back and forth banter in regards to his name, she finally settled on calling him Jackson. Do you mind if I take my seat? She asked in a tight tone that let him know that she was annoyed. Oh, of course not. He stood up and moved from behind her desk, brushing up against her in the process. She knew he did it on purpose, and it wasn't feeling it. And she knew he did it on purpose and just wasn't feeling it today. Actually, she was getting tired of it. Champagne looked at him with contempt. So, what can I do for you? She wanted to get to the point of this visit and out of her sight. She knew that there was a point because he didn't come into her office often. Well, I'm getting you a partner. Champagne looked at him. She knew he was broke. No one could pay any attention to his short, yellow ass. But because he had money, it made him bearable. No. Champagne looked at him. She knew if he was broke, no one would pay any attention to his short, yellow ass. But he had money. It made him bearable, turning his 5 foot 7 inches into 6 feet. It almost amazed her how much money could make a person more appealing. What? She heard him but wanted him to repeat it. He knew she worked alone. The other publicists had assistants and interns, but she didn't because she liked the flexibility of doing what she wanted, when she wanted, and not having to look over someone's shoulders or have them look over hers. I said I'm getting you a partner. I've told you before, I don't want a partner. No, what you said is that you don't want an assistant. There's a difference. I don't, she was getting ready to say understand, but I decided to give him the satisfaction of seeing her upset. The person's name is Camille Ferguson, and she'll start in 1 week. On your desk is her resume and outline of what I want you to show her. Fine, whatever. Champagne knew her in her gut that if she slept with him, and at least in if Champagne knew within her gut, if she had slept with him the last conference they attended, this shit would be happening. Do you have a problem with my decision? He taunted. Yes, Jackson, I do. I don't think I have to tell you that. A month earlier, Champagne, Charles, and Tiffany Sweets, one of the other women into the office, attended a minority business conference in Washington, D.C., where they took a number of workshops and they networked extensively. On the second night there, they joined a few other participants for drinks, and everyone got a little past tipsy. Champagne knew this wasn't kosher and decided to head back to her hotel room to get some rest. She told the others that she would catch up with them tomorrow. I'll grab a taxi and head back with you, Jackson said. It'll be my treat. Oh, no, you don't have to do that. I know I don't have to. I want to. Champagne thought nothing of it and accepted. In the car, only a few words were exchanged. When they arrived at the hotel, she said good night and started heading towards her room, only to find Jackson following behind her. She turned around. Are you following me? Yeah, I was hoping we could say night together. I was hoping we could stay the night together. Jackson was less than a foot from her, and for the first time that night, she realized just how drunk he was. I don't think so. She placed her key into the keyhole. Why not, Champagne? You know I want you and have been waiting for quite some time. He was up in her face. No one has to know. It'll be our little secret. She knocked his hand down as he groped her breast. I told you I'm not interested. Oh, come on. He leaned over and tried to kiss her. Don't you know how far I can take you? She pushed him away. You don't know this is sexual harassment, and you've been doing it for quite some time. I'd advise you to stop. Are you threatening me? Do I have to? He took a step back. Why are you so high and mighty? Just because you got a rich boyfriend don't mean shit. I got almost as much money as he does. Please, just go away and leave me alone. Jackson started walking away. You know I can get the pussy anytime. Don't think yours is special. Champagne didn't feel the need to respond. She just shook her head and went into the room and avoided him for the rest of the conference. She spoke to him only if necessary. When they returned to New York, the air was tight with tension, so she knew this was payback. It couldn't get it couldn't be anything else. She worked her ass off for him and got him the best clients possible, even when he continued to be an asshole. She recruited from the better clients and basically made his company the success it was today. The time had come and Champagne knew what she had to do. It was time to move on. She'd been thinking about starting her own business anyway, and he'd just given her the opportunity. She didn't want to react emotionally and get up and quit in that moment. She had to sit down and plan her shit out. She wanted to take two clients with her, and she needed to prepare them. Just knowing in that instant her plans were calmed her down. Just knowing in that instant what her plans were calmed her down. She looked at Jackson and surprised him with, do what you have to do. If you think I need a partner, so be it. Now, if you don't mind, I have some phone calls I need to make. Jackson was thrown off. He just knew she would be pissed. And the other women in the office kissed his ass, but not Champagne. All the other women in the office kissed his ass, not Champagne. Not even after all these years. He figured he would even have worn her down by now. He was in love with her and was angry that the love wasn't being returned. I'm planning on having a staff meeting at the end of this week before Camille starts. So check your schedule. The second he left her alone, the second he left her office, Champagne was on the phone with Alexis. Girl, are you busy for lunch? We need to talk. Never too busy for you. All right, let's meet at our spot in the village around 1 p.m. I'll be there. For the rest of the morning, Champagne made phone calls confirming a few interviews and started putting together a plan for her new venture. What she had in mind was a dual public relations personal assistant business that would cater to the wealthy, famous, or not. If you could afford her services, she would take you as a client. Her goal would be to make the client's life easier by arranging their schedules, setting up appointments, booking vacations, basically managing their lives. Champagne knew this wasn't something that she could do on her own and would definitely have to hire people. Damn, I hope I'm not getting in over my head, she thought to herself. Champagne and Alexis met at Bojo's, a vegetarian spot. Alexis didn't eat anything that lived and roamed on the earth. This cracked Champagne up because she knew that Alexis grew up on ham and bacon. As always, they sat outside. They loved to take in sights and talk about the people that walked by. This day, they wouldn't be doing that. Champagne had some serious business at hand she needed to discuss. Would you like something to drink? The waitress asked. Some water in the menu, Champagne replied, with lemon. The waitress walked away. So what's up, lady? What's new? Besides the fact I'm leaving my job? Get out. Girl, I can't do it anymore. What happened? Don't tell me Jackson came on to you again. I told you you should have told Zaire a long time ago. And I told you I had it under control. But that's not why. He had the audacity to tell me he hired a partner for me. A partner? Do you need a partner? No, I don't need a damn partner. I know he's only doing this because I won't sleep with him. Well, sue his ass. I don't feel like going through all that. Plus, I have a better plan. Alexis was all ears. I bought him most of the top clients, and I'm going to take them with me when I leave. What about the contract you signed saying you couldn't do that? Girl, I haven't signed a contract in over a year. I think it slipped his mind because I've been there so long. You got to do what's best for you. Before Champagne could say anything else, the waitress placed their water on their table along with the menus. Champagne walked. Champagne waited until she walked away. You know me and Zaire had talked. Had the talk. The talk? Yeah, girl. The talk. It's about time. I was getting a little tired of you complaining to me about the same things over and over again. I was not. Yeah, you were. You just didn't realize it. You were starting to sound like a broken record. Well, how come you didn't say anything? Because I'm your friend and that's what I'm here for, to listen. Alexis and Champagne have been friends since childhood, going back as far as fourth grade. They grew up in Neptune, a small town in New Jersey, and lived next door to one another. Just as any relationship or friendship, the two have been through their ups and downs. During their elementary, middle, and high school years, you couldn't keep those two apart. They did everything together. They joined the same club, coordinated their clothes, calling each other the night before to find out what each other was wearing, and sometimes even liked the same boys. What then happened, they both chose to leave it alone because no man was going to come between them. Then there was the thing. Neither of them would even discuss playing house with one another. One would be the mommy and the other the daddy, and they would take turns kissing, rubbing up against each other, feeling each other's breasts, and occasionally fingering each other. This went on mostly during the middle school years, until they both became interested in boys. You would never think this took place because they never acknowledged it. They were different in personality and looks, totally opposite, but both beautiful. Alexis was a yellow girl, as the boys called her, and shapely, so she usually received most of the attention. It never caused a problem because, unlike light skinned girls back in the day, she didn't flaunt it. She just wanted to be a regular girl. It was already bad enough that she could barely walk down the street without some asshole yelling obscenities. If I wanted to take any shit, she'd always speak up and tell someone what was on her mind, causing many fights in her youth. Things hadn't changed. As an adult, she still did this. The only change now was that she was saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Spirit. Prince, Prince, what you doing? Things hadn't changed. As an adult, she still did this. The only change was now that she was saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Spirit. Champagne felt like she went overboard with it. The Lord this, the Lord that. It started when they went away to college in New York. Alexis met this guy called Brother. Yep, that was his real name. He wanted to be a minister and attended church regularly. When he and Alexis started dating, he invited her to church. From that point forward, Champagne thought Alexis had joined the cult. She started being judgmental, quoting Bible verses. She stopped going out and drinking, acting like Champagne wasn't good enough. It was to the point that they stopped speaking for over a year. One evening, Champagne went out and was a little hungover with a headache. She went to Alexis' dorm thinking she would find some comfort and support, only to have Alexis pray for her. After listening to Alexis trying to pray the demons out of her, She told her, listen, I love you and all, but I can't take you judging everything I do and say. So maybe we need to chill a little. If you really need me, I'm here for you. But other than that, our friendship had reached a point where I no longer feel comfortable. I have to watch what I say and what I do. I'm always on guard, and I feel like I can't be myself around you. It was a heart wrenching moment, but something Champagne had to do for herself to get a peace of mind. It felt like a breakup. She cried for several days. She had gotten used to picking up the phone and hearing her best friend's voice almost every day. Often she'd find herself picking up the phone and dialing the number only to hang it back up. Homegirl was having withdrawal symptoms. She didn't realize how much she'd come to depend on Alexis. If Alexis was who needed Champagne first, brother broke her heart. I'm gonna start that sentence over. It was Alexis who needed Champagne first. Brother broke her heart. She caught him cheating with one of his sisters in the church. At the time, Alexis still considered herself a virgin as far as penetration. Orally, no. She came crying to Champagne. I thought he was perfect for me. He was saved. He went to church. He didn't pressure me to have sex. I don't care how much a church a man. I don't care how much church a man attends. Champagne thought. If he's not getting the sex from his woman, he's getting the sex from somewhere. But she didn't say anything. Not wanting to kick her sister when she's down. Alexis was still saved, and she still she still had judgmental ways. But thank God, no longer went overboard with it. So the Champagne told her about she and Zaire going to Hinduism. Alexis didn't tell her she was going to hell. She just said, "Are you out of your mind?" There was no way in the world she would take her man to a place filled with beautiful naked women. She certainly didn't want to be around a bunch of naked men running around with their dicks hanging out. It just wasn't something she wanted to see, or she couldn't understand why Champagne would either. Have you two lost your natural minds? I can't believe Zaire would even suggest the thing. And for you to accept, what were you thinking? I was thinking that it was time to add some spice into my relationship. That's the only plan you two could come up with. You're judging, Alexis, Champagne told her in a tone that reminded her how far they've come. I know, I'm sorry, but there has to be some other way to add a spark to your relationship. Going to the freak beach? I don't know, girl. Something about it just ain't right. Plus, you ain't never walked around nobody naked. So how are you gonna feel walking around all those strangers naked? They don't know me. I don't know them. That's what is going to make it easy. You might be biting off more than you can chew. What are you going to do when his dick gets hard? What do you mean? What am I going to do? Hop on it. Plus, there isn't much he can do while I'm right there. Well, what are you going to do when you see some mango looking man and he turns you on? What do you think I'm going to do? Stare with my tongue hanging out. They shared a laugh, easing the tension that was forming. You're sick, and you know that. When Champagne returned to the office, she found a note on her desk from Jackson. He wanted her to put together a list of her clients and had pertinent information she wanted to share with Camille. To hell with that, Champagne said, and packed up for the rest of the day. Pause. We're at chapter 4, break time. Alright, let's continue with chapter 4. The name of chapter 4 is Boys, Mary Jane Girls. Zaire was sitting in his office with a huge smile plastered on his face. He recalled the way Champagne surprised him by sucking his dick the night before. She did it like it was the best tasting dessert on this earth. He arrived home early from work and late that night because of a party. Let's start over. He'd arrived home from work late that night because of a party for an up-and-coming male fashion designer that wasn't scheduled to end up until after 1 in the morning. Zaire was tired, and the only thing on his mind was climbing into bed. To his surprise, Champagne had other things in mind. Hey, sweetie, she greeted him when he walked in, looking sexy as hell. She was relaxed in the sitting room in a short black negligee and a glass of wine in her hands. From an earlier conversation, he knew she had a rough day at work and was surprised to see her up. Why aren't you in bed? I was waiting for you to come home. That's sweet, but you didn't have to do that. I know I didn't have to. I wanted to. Champagne stood up and gave him a kiss, took his hand, and pulled him towards the bedroom. Now go and take a shower, and I'll be here waiting with a surprise. Zael questioned her with his eyes, but she wasn't giving anything away. Wash up good, too, she told him. Don't miss an inch. While in the shower, Zaire wondered what she had planned. She did say don't miss an inch. That meant the blowjob was in that order. So he took extra care and cleaned his penis under his balls and his ass. One never knows. Zaire stepped out the shower and into the bedroom. He dried himself off with the towel. And on the nightstand next to the bed were some items. He took a closer look at them. Honey dust baby powder, motion lotion, and some weird looking vibrator. What the hell is that? He asked. I called it a cyber flicker, and it was supposed to flick. I know you don't plan on going anywhere near me. Come on here. Just relax and let me do my thing. I don't know. Trust me. I'm not going to do anything I'm sure you won't like. Zaire sat on the bed cautiously. Champagne straddled him and pushed him back. Don't you want to talk about your day? He asked, playfully. No, I have something better in mind. Champagne kissed him on his eyelids, causing him to shut them, and then traced his lips with her mouth. She pushed him back on the bed, moved her legs to rest between his, and placed her hands on his penis, massaging it. Moving down his body with her tongue, she reached over for the motion lotion and ran her tongue over his shaft. Zaire had his eyes open and watched her every move. She rubbed the lotion over his penis, and with every hand, each movement, it was heating up. Zaire moaned, that feels good. this is going to feel even better. Champagne blew on his penis, causing it to heat, and the sensation jerked her mouth around it and circled it with her tongue up to the head. Oh, girl, what are you doing? Zaire tried to sit up, but she pushed him back down. Instead of answering him, she proceeded to suck and lick every inch of him. Zaire had his eyes closed and was giving his "I'm about to explode at any moment" face when he heard this buzzing sound. What the hell? He opened his eyes, time to catch Champagne holding that flicker thing between his balls and his ass. When she placed it there, his whole body tightened up. Come on, baby, relax. We said we wanted to change. When he realized that she wasn't trying to put anything in him, he relaxed and enjoyed the feeling of the vibration which ran up and down the length of his body. When she started licking his balls, he knew it would be over any minute. I'm going to come any minute now. Let me inside you. Champagne wasn't hearing it. She was enjoying the moment. Ugh, Jair yelled out. I'm about to come. Champagne replaced her mouth around his with her right hand, dropped that flicker, and massaged his balls with the left while he exploded. Afterwards, Zaire looked at her with love. That was the bomb. He didn't even question her about the new items. He just had the best orgasm in quite some time. She only, if she only had swallowed, that would have topped it off. Champagne went to wash her hands and get a rag to wipe Zaire down. When she returned, he was sound asleep. Smiling and wishing she could pat herself on the back, Champagne was pleased with herself. So here Zaire sat recalling last night and thinking to himself, I couldn't believe I let her put a damn vibrator everywhere and anywhere near my ass. Shaking his head, he tried to clear his thoughts and concentrate on work that lay before him. But before he could even do that, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? His employees knew not to bother him, especially if his door was closed. Every other Friday, he took care of the financial end of the business, paying bills, reviewing his cash flow, and paying his employees. And now this was one of those days. He did this religiously. It enabled him to know and on a consistent basis what he was bringing in and what he was putting out. No one could or would ever try to cheat him out of a penny. He knew where every cent went. His business allowed him the luxuries of his Cadillac, Jeep, and Mercedes coupe that sat in the garage of his estate. It also allowed him to purchase Champagne, the 3-carat engagement ring she wore on her finger. Heck, it allowed him to be rich beyond his dreams and become richer in the upcoming years. Even his parents would be pleased at the success of the restaurant. Yes, it was a little more lavish than they initially planned, but to make money, you had to spend money. And he expanded it onto their dreams, bringing it fruition what they could. It's Thomas, nigga. Thomas stopped short. He also slipped up and said, hold on. It's Thomas, it's Thomas, nigga. Thomas stopped short. He also slipped up and said the whole word. The last thing he needed to hear is Zaire chastising him, asking him why he had to be so good. That there was a time and a place for everything in his place of business, wasn't it? Thomas had heard the speech 1,000 times and could repeat it word for word. You can't come to my place of business acting like you're from the streets. My employees have to respect me, and the way I'm here with them is not the way I am with you. And on he'd go. Eventually, Thomas started to tune him out and would just nod his head as if he was listening. Hold up, Zaire got out of his chair to let Thomas in. What's up, Thomas greeted. They, they gave each other a pat. Nothing, just taking care of business as usual. Want to go out for lunch? Zaire gave Thomas a long, steady look. What? What you looking at me like that for? Today is the second Friday of the month. What do I do the second Friday of every month? My finances, you know this, and still drop in and expect me to. Thomas stood up. How about this? I have a free lunch while I'm here. I'm here, and we go out tonight instead. They go to a strip club and see some naked ass. Have a couple drinks. I'll call up Trevor and Wise and see if they want to join us. Zaire really wasn't feeling it, but he knew he'd been neglecting his boys for the last month. He glanced at the calendar and recalled that it was Thomas's birthday. Not letting on he forgot. He said, "Cool, anything for the birthday boy." "Oh, nigga, I thought you forgot. You're my boy. I won't forget your day." "Yeah, okay." I saw you take a peek at the calendar. Thomas and Zaire met during the first year of college. They attended Hooters University in New Jersey together and hung out with the same crowd. One evening when they were standing in the hall, Thomas overheard Zaire talking about his sloppy ass roommate that was pledging a fraternity. "I'm about to go upside his head." Thomas was going through the same thing with his roommate and was in the process of finding an apartment off campus. He needed a roommate and he wanted extra cash to spend on the ladies. He decided to approach Zaire. "Yo, man, I'm about to get this apartment off campus if we split the cost. We can get a two-bedroom. It'll save me a few dollars." "Yeah, but will it save me anything?" Zaire asked. "I don't know what it will save you, but you just might get a peace of mind." Zaire looked at him and tried to sum him up. He recalled seeing Thomas around campus talking to the finest ladies. He also knew that Thomas wasn't a slouch in the academics department. Also, he dressed like a thug and talked like he was from the streets. He ran track and stayed on the dean's list. He appreciated the change because his roommate was a slouch, loud and irritating. Peace of mind was definitely something he could use. "Yo, man, thanks. It sounds like a plan, but I need to see the place first." Zaire wasn't stupid. He knew that college students could only afford so much. He knew what he could afford. He wasn't too sure if he wanted to give up safety for comfort. The apartment turned out to be in a decent area of New Brunswick, close to downtown near the public transportation. So he moved in. Thomas and Zaire got off to a smooth start. Both of them were neat freaks. Nothing was ever out of place. When they had a woman over, they were always impressed. When they had women over, they were always impressed, especially when they learned that they kept the place up themselves. They also had never had any major disagreements, especially when it came to women. Zaire liked them attractive and smart, but Thomas liked them ugly and dumb. His theory was ugly women treat you better because they want to hold on to you and would do just about anything to make you happy. It just to make that happen. Zaire didn't have a theory. He just wanted some. Zaire didn't have a theory. He just wanted someone he could carry on a conversation and be in public with. It wasn't long before they became best friends. They stayed up late night and talked about any and everything under the sun. They had each other's back. When one might slack off in studies, the other picked up. They completed one another, balanced each other out. They became like brothers. Zaire's parents would send Thomas necessities when they sent Zaire's, who never felt cheated because he knew Thomas grew up in a foster home without a family. Thomas and Zaire still had each other's back. They drink together and even go so far as to have sex in the same room. Well, was that was before champagne came along. Occasionally, Zaire will recall with disdain and decent that took place their senior year. They had a party to celebrate their upcoming graduation. Drinks were flowing and weed was being passed back and forth like water. Everyone was having the time of their lives. As the clock ticked and the hours passed, the crowd started to disperse until there was about 10 people left. And what was a party with people dancing, laughing, and having a good time became an orgy. How it happened is still beyond Zaire's knowledge. And he knew that that was 1 minute he was kissing this girl. He knew 1 minute he was kissing this girl on the couch. And 2 minutes later, he looked up to find a group of five having sex near the fireplace. And two other couples off to the side doing their thing. Dicks were being sucked. People were fucking doggy style. There was no pussy eating back then. That was something that brothers denied doing. So to actually be seeing, doing it was out of the question. There was no pussy eating. Back then, that was something the brothers denied doing. So to actually be seen doing it was out of the question. Full of liquor and weed, Zaire decided to see just how far he could go with his female friend. It ended up being all the way. Later that night, after everyone left, Zaire lay semi-subconsciously, semi-conscious out on his bed. He could barely move. His head was pounding. That night was his first night experimenting with weed. And he recalled hearing someone say it was laced with something. Feeling a little out of it, he found himself falling asleep. He woke up with someone's lips wrapped around his penis, not even bothering to open his eyes. He figured it was the girl he'd been with earlier. He decided to go with the flow and take the pleasure ride. He started moving his hips and grinding into the person's mouth and went to reach for their head when he heard his door open. What the fuck? Thomas yelled out. Zaire opened his eyes and looked down to find Tyron, a classmate and fellow party goer, with his dick in his mouth. Shocked and embarrassed and confused because it was feeling so good, Zaire's initial reaction was to jump up and push Tyron's head away. He then kicked him in the chest, causing him to fall back. Zaire was about to beat his ass up to a pulp, but Tyron got up to run out the room. Close the door, Zaire called out. Thomas did as he was told. Zaire looked at Thomas and tried to convince him, "Yo, man, I'm not gay. I was in here passed out. I wake up and this motherfucker has my dick in his mouth." Zaire took a step towards Tyron. Tyron covered his face like a punk he was and immediately started apologizing. Zaire was up on him, but Thomas said, "Wait, wait," and stood between them. "Move out of my way, man, or you're going to get it. You're going to get hurt too." "Nah, man, I've got a better idea. Let's humiliate him instead. That's what we used to do in foster care. Fuck humiliation. He needs his ass kicked." Thomas started to unzip his pants and turned towards to fight Tyron. You want to suck some? You want to suck some dick? Here's a dick for you." Zaire was shocked. "Yo, man, what the fuck are you doing? Let him finish his job on both of us." Zaire looked at Thomas like he'd lost his mind. "I ain't gay, man, and neither am I." He started it and let him finish. Zaire, not being sure what to do and caught between confusion and anger, decided to just follow Thomas's lead. And together they forced Tyron to do them both. They knew he wouldn't say anything for the fear of what it would do to his reputation. This incident stayed their secret. They never told a soul about it and discussed it only once, and that was the following day. "Yo, man, what made you come into my room?" Zaire asked. "Well, when you were doing Sarah, I saw Tyron watching, and it looked like he was watching you harder than her. When you went into your room, he said he was going to the bathroom. Something just didn't feel right. He was taking a long ass time to come back, so I thought I'd check on him. Shit, you better be glad I did because ain't no telling how far he would have tried to go on you. How come you just didn't let me beat his ass? That would have been too easy." "I don't know, Thomas. I don't feel right about what we did. I'm not gay, and the shit feels wrong." "Man, please. Just because you let another man suck your dick don't make you gay. When I was in foster care, it was either that or get beat down. Which route would you would have taken? Don't even worry about it. It's between us. We don't even have to talk about it anymore." To Zaire, just because it wasn't talked about didn't mean it didn't happen. It was something he thought about occasionally but never discussed ever again with anyone. He decided that the incident was something he could take to his grave. Later that evening, Zaire and Champagne sat on the couch discussing Champagne's business plan. Suddenly, Zaire glanced at his watch. Oh shit, what's up, Champagne asked. I forgot I told Thomas and the boys I'd hang out with them today. It's Thomas's birthday. Champagne didn't know whether to believe him or not. It's funny how insecurity can creep up on you at any given moment. Ever since they had their we need a change in our relationship talk, she'd been second guessing herself. Then out of the clear blue sky, Zaire informed her that he was hanging out that night, which didn't make it any better. She knew he was anal about his schedule. Where are y'all going? She asked. I'm not sure, but I'll call you when I'm out. That made her feel a little better because he couldn't be doing too much if he telephoned her. What time do you think you'll be back? Zaire stood up. Why the third degree? What? I can't ask you any questions? Not in the mood for an argument, Zaire chose not to answer. Instead, he just leaned over and gave her a kiss on the forehead. I'll call you when I'm out. Chapter 5. Friends who dated. Zaire and his boys had taken to do something at least once a week. While in the mall shopping, Champagne admitted to Alexis that she was a little jealous. Shopping was something Champagne hated to do. She'd rather order out of a catalog or off the internet. Mall shopping just didn't do it for her. With people everywhere, clothes picked all over, and salesmen in your face, can I help you? Can I help you? She knew it was their job, but sometimes she just wanted to yell, go away. Girl, please, don't be jealous. A man needs his space, just like a woman does. I'm sure you don't want to be cooped up under some man all day, every day. You need to be you and let him be him. I know, but I've gotten spoiled. It's just been me and him for the past couple of months. Reality check. You've also been miserable. Plus, you're going to have him for the rest of your life. Plus, a couple of hours here and there. Champagne knew Alexis was right. She also knew she was going through some emotional shit right now. She felt like it was some sort of roller coaster. She was definitely leaving her job. She was going to start a new company and to top it all off, Jackson expected her to train the new girl. She was feeling a little sensitive and a lot overwhelmed. Camille, her new partner, came in making demands, acting like she was Whitney or some other diva. Champagne knew that Camille and Jackson were fucking. Couldn't have been any other reason. Hold on, let's write this up. Camille is Champagne's new work partner that Jackson assigned to her because since she will not sleep with her boss, he got her a partner, and her name is Camille. So that's Camille, her new partner, is making demands, acting like she was Whitney or some other diva. Champagne knew that Camille and Jackson were fucking. The way that he was rolling out the red carpet for her, there couldn't have been any other. There couldn't have been any other reason. He was even paying her a higher starting salary than normal, as if they weren't, if that wasn't enough. What really broke the camel's back is when he tried to hand over one of Champagne's better clients. What really broke the camel's back was when he tried to hand over Champagne's better clients, who politely told him that the only person he was interested in working with was Champagne. Thank God, she had already talked to some of her clients and informed them that she was leaving. Most of them said that they would like to continue having her service them, no matter where she was employed. She informed them that she would have to look over their contracts first. She didn't want to get in any trouble legally by stealing clients under contract. If she discovered she couldn't be held liable for them leaving, so be it. Tomorrow's the day I'm officially offhanding in my resignation. Alexis didn't hear her because she was looking at her pair of shoes. Champagne knew not to repeat herself because nothing came between Alexis and her shoes. What do you think of these? Alexis held up a pair of the white 3-inch heels. I don't like white shoes, you know that. Well, humor me. Anyway, I'm resigning tomorrow and I'm a little nervous about it. That's understandable. Alexis looked at the cashier and told her she'll take the shoes in a size 8. Champagne, honey, you're about to embark on a big project. Starting your own business isn't something small. You have the right to be nervous. I believe in you, though. You're smart and you're a go getter. It'll all work out. Champagne heard what Alexis was saying. She knew she was right about her being a go getter. Shit, mostly everything in life she wanted to achieve, she'd achieve. She and her brother Sir were raised by a single mom, who tried her damnedest to instill in them a sense of pride and self-esteem. She told them over and over that they could be whatever they wanted to be and do whatever they set their minds on doing. Champagne believed her. Sir didn't. Growing up, neither of them knew their fathers. Sir was 2 years older than Champagne and always seemed to have a hard time. As a child, as a man, and as a man. It was like he was cursed. He just couldn't seem to get it together. He did an average high he did average in high school, flunked out of college, couldn't find a job, and turned to drugs. Champagne blamed it on the fact that there wasn't a male figure around, someone to guide him and be up an example. Champagne and her mother tried to help him the best they knew how, but no availability. Sir, Champagne's brother Sir committed suicide at the age of 22. It devastated Champagne. She went into a shell for over a year, not talking to anyone or doing anything. School was all that mattered to her. She was determined to graduate at the top of her class. Champagne became an overachiever, and sometimes she still found herself falling into the am I doing enough? Am I achieving enough trap? Every time you turned around, there was something else she wanted to do. First, she wanted to be a teacher, then a counselor, then in arts. She went back to school to get her master's and was considering going back to get her doctorate. Why? Because she could. She often wondered, why settle when the world has so much to offer? What drove her, what drove her were memories of her brother and his unhappiness, his insecurities, his failures, and most of all, his suicide. There was no way she would be so displeased with. There was no way she would be so displeased with her life that she would take her own. So her response was to consume herself with work anxiety. She knew it was unhealthy, but she didn't know what else to do about it. After her brother's death, she and her mother barely spoke. Whenever she tried to initiate a relationship, she was pushed away. Eventually, she gave up, but her plan was to correct that soon. You know what? You're right. I can do this. I'm intelligent, I'm talented. I made some of the clients more popular than I've ever believed possible. Most of them want to come with me when I leave. So what do I have to be concerned about? Alexis smiled. Now that's what I like to hear. What's on your agenda this evening, Champagne? Alexis smiled. Now that's what I like to hear. What's on your agenda this evening? Champagne didn't have anything planned. Zaya was working late and she didn't feel like being by herself. I've got a hot date, girl. Get the hell out of here. When was the last time you've been on a date? Does he go to your church or something? No, he don't go to my church. And you gotta rub in the fact that I haven't been on a date in some time. Actually, I met him at the laundromat. The laundromat? What were you doing at the laundromat? You have a washer and dryer at home. Something is wrong with the dryer. Anyway, let me finish. I had to finish putting up my clothes in the dryer and was about to walk out when this sign capital F with a capital F brother strutted in. I was about to leave, but I hesitated. You hesitated? This surprised Champagne because Alexis never ever made the first move. She was a Christian and believed that women shouldn't go looking for men, that men are hunters. Yeah, girl, that's how fine he was. Not only that, but there was this magnetism, magnetism about him that just drew me in. Champagne couldn't believe what she was hearing. She laughed magnetism, ignoring her Alexis continued. So I turned around and decided to wait until my clothes dried and see if he would strike up a conversation. Did he? After a good 10 minutes of waiting and not even hello, I said to him, "Oh, you know around here? I've never seen you before." No, you didn't. Yes, I did, girl. It was a weak line, but it worked. He's new in town. Only been here for 3 weeks. His name is Khalil. He works construction. That's surprising Champagne because Alexis usually didn't go for blue collar brothers. Construction? Yes, construction. Anyway, we talked a little more and he asked me if I'd like to go out for dinner one night. So I said yes. You said yes? I figured why not? I've been praying to God for to send me the right mate. And I'm not saying he's it, but no, I need to be more open. Now I need to be more open and stop carrying this list in my head on what the perfect man is. I know that's right because your list was unrealistic. Champagne recalled Alexis and pulling out a piece of paper with the qualities of a good man on it. It went something like this: Christian man, honest, hardworking, making 6,000 a year, 60,000 a year, over 6 feet tall, in good physical condition, great lover, no kids, must be at least 30. After reading this, Champagne told her, I've already got the man. I've already got the man, that's what Champagne said. Don't brag. What are you willing to compromise on? Champagne asked. Well, there's one thing I'm not compromising on, and that's him being a Christian. Is he? Yes. I asked him what churches have he attended since he's been in town. He said he said that was the first thing he did. Find some place to serve the Lord. Get out of here. I know, right? Champagne was glad for Alexis and told her, so make sure you call me no matter what time it is and let me know how things go. You know how I will. They shopped a little while longer and separated in the parking lot. Champagne hoped that this Khalil guy was the one for Alexis. She was tired of seeing her best friend single and thought she deserved a man. Some children and the white picket fence with the big yard. All the things little girls dream of having when they picture their lives as a woman. When Champagne was young, she dreamed of being rich beyond her means, jet setting from place to place, purchasing whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted. A man was never in the picture. Don't get it twisted. Champagne didn't think she'd be lonely for life, but her main concern was to make her life successful. She'd been in and out of relationships, mostly short term, dated occasionally, and had sex once in a while. Then she met Zaire, and her life plan changed. One evening, Champagne and Zaire were out to dinner. Their relationship was just getting off the ground, and they were both in denial of their feelings toward each other. Of course, neither wanted to be the first to admit that they were falling in love. They were both afraid of jumping into the relationship head first. Due to past romantic failures, they both tried to be nonchalant about what they had, not labeling it, just letting it be. Although neither could deny their feelings were growing stronger by the day. While at dinner, Zaire asked, what does a man represent to you? Thrown off, Champagne asked, what kind of question is that? Just a question. Zaire wanted to see where her head was. He was ready to make her the one. I don't know how to answer that. Answer it honestly. Shit. That was a question she never given any real thought to. She knew what a man was supposed to represent: security, peace, family, a sense of well being. But up to this point, she hadn't seen any evidence of that. To her, a man just represented companionship, a date, and sex. She didn't want to tell him that because thinking it made her feel a little unappreciative. So saying it out loud surely wouldn't be any better. Companionship, she told him, leaving the rest out. He was satisfied with companion to you. He was satisfied. What's companion to you? Champagne responded, someone to talk to, someone to share your wishes, your dreams, and your securities with, someone to cuddle with and make love to. Zaire knew he could be those things. Returning to the present moment, Champagne glanced at her Gucci watch, an extravagant gift from Zaire, and saw the time was ticking. Sometimes she felt like he spent way too much money on her. Not that she was complaining, but because being spoiled was nice, she just wasn't used to it. She made well over 70K a year and saved more than she spent, which was a good thing now that she thought about it, especially since it allowed her to start her own business. Instead of going home, Champagne decided to go to the office and copy the client's files she was interested in taking with her. She'd been glancing through them all week, not wanting to make it too obvious, decided to wait until the last possible moment to make copies. No one should be in the office other than the security guard, who she knew wouldn't say a word because Jackson treated him with arrogance and disregard. When Champagne arrived at the office, she was surprised that Jimmy, the security guard, wasn't at his post. As she walked towards her office, she noticed that Jackson's door was slightly ajar and that a ray of light was shining through the crack. She could also hear soft music playing in the background. Knowing she was wrong and nosy for what she was about to do, she moved closer to the door and peeked through the crack, only to see Camille dancing seductively in front of Jackson. The form-fitting skirt and jacket she wore to the office was on the floor, while she paraded in a red spaghetti thin G-string pin, black thigh highs, and a red lacy bra with her breasts flowing over the top. Champagne looked at Camille and noticed that she appeared much thicker in the near nude than fully dressed. It was a kind of thickness that would turn on any man or woman if he went that way. It was definitely turning on Jackson, whose attention was razor sharp, watching every hip thrust, every pelvic movement. When Camille's hand caressed her stomach and moved on her to her breast, squeezing her nipples, his eyes followed. When her hands moved down between her legs, rubbing her pussy, his eyes followed. Champagne found her eyes following as well. When Camille turned around, Champagne noticed that her eyes were closed. She bent over in front of Jackson, and he grabbed her ass and started massaging her buttocks. Champagne could feel her pussy walls opening and closing, and that could only mean one thing. The scene before her turning her the scene before her was turning her on. She didn't quite know how to react to this. On one hand, she was disgusted with herself. On the other, she had to admit that curiosity was getting the better of her. Common sense finally took over, and she turned away and hurried towards her office. Sitting behind her desk, she tried to catch her breath. There was no way she was going to stay here and make copies after the episode she just witnessed. Now the challenge was getting out unnoticed and unheard. Grabbing the file she wanted from inside her desk, she walked softly into the hallway, careful not to make a sound. She made it down the hallway, past Jackson's office, and out the front door. Everything in her wanted to turn around and take one last look, but the fear of being caught was enough to make her leave the premises. On the way home, Champagne stopped off at Kinko's to make the coffee she needed. She knew Zaire wouldn't be home until late that night. There was a conference being held at his restaurant, and he liked to stay and make sure things ran at a smooth pace. Pulling up into the driveway, Champagne had a brief flashback of Jackson and Camille. She shook the image out of her head, but not before recalling the fullness of Camille's breast. What the hell is wrong with me? She asked herself. Chapter 6, Caught in the Middle, Will Smith. Zaire was looking across the floor at a group of people gathered near the bar and couldn't help but notice that one of the men in the group looked real familiar. At least his profile did, because he hadn't yet turned around to give Zaire a full view of his face. Taking a step forward to get a closer look, Zaire turned quickly because at the exact moment, the brother turned around. It was the last person on earth Zaire wanted to see. Tyron the dick sucker. It was a college memory Zaire wanted to erase from his mind altogether. Tyron noticed Zaire the second he walked into the restaurant and was torn between leaving and staying. But leaving really wasn't an option, since he was one of the speakers. The conference was for a financial aid advisors, and Tyron worked for one of the top black-owned companies in the United States. With the knowledge that he possessed, he was capable of making someone rich beyond their dreams. When Tyron first entered the restaurant and saw Zaire, he didn't know whether to approach him and apologize or knock the shit out of him. The college incident stayed in the back of his mind. He knew he was wrong for violating Zaire in his sleep, and the way he felt that he deserved what Zaire and his boy Thomas did. But then again, he would have preferred the ass whooping Zaire was going to lay on him. Tyrone couldn't help but wonder if he and Thomas were still in touch. Damn, Zaire looked good as hell. He always he was always a handsome man. If given the chance, I'd turn his ass out. Tyrone knew he was dead for wrong for thinking these thoughts. Instead of focusing on Zaire, he needed to focus on his speech. In the meantime, Zaire glanced at Tyrone and wondered if he was gay. He had to be. The way he had sucked his dick like a pro. From his appearance, you couldn't tell because he looked all man. In this day and age, you could never tell a person's sexuality by their appearance. All you had to go on was their word. Turning around, Zaire decided it was time to leave. All of a sudden, he felt a headache coming on and was developing an upset stomach. Finding his host, Dean, Zaire told her, "I'm leaving you in charge." "You are?" the Dean asked, surprised. Zaire normally stayed to the end when something was going on in the restaurant. "Yes, just make sure everything is cleaned and locked up." "I will. You don't have to worry about a thing." "All right, I'll see you tomorrow." On that note, Zaire walked out. Once in the car, Zaire pounded on the steering wheel. He yelled out loud, "Shit!" He put the incident so far in the back of his mind and have it standing there staring into his face was mind blowing. Now was definitely time for that vacation he and Champagne had discussed. Which is just what Champagne suggested the second Zaire walked in. She didn't let him get in the door good. "Baby, let's take that vacation we talked about as soon as possible." Whoa, where did this come from? "I'm just ready to go. Tomorrow is my resignation day, and before I start a new venture, I'd like to spend some time with you," she said, following him into the living room. "I hear you. Shit, I'm ready for that vacation just as much as you are. Where do you want to go? I thought we discussed Hinduism." This surprised Zaire when he first suggested it, he didn't think she'd agree. For real? Yes, for real. Champagne was half amused hearing the excitement in his tone. She also knew that his imagination was running wild, and after witnessing Jackson and Camille, she knew she could do the voyeur thing. Let's call the travel agency and leave this weekend. Zyra almost said that was too soon that he needed to make and arrange things at the restaurant. Normally, he makes sure things were in order. Double check and calendar. Double check the calendar. Speak with his employees and give them a watch everything and make sure everything goes all right speech. This time, he wasn't going to do that. He knew it was time to trust them, to let go and enjoy life a little more. Plus, after seeing Tehran, he needed the vacation just as much as champagne, and the sooner the better. The further away from Tehran, the better. Let's do it, Zaire said. Please, Champagne kissed him on the cheek and suggested they go swimming. I don't feel up to it, but I have a surprise for you. Champagne was using her suggestive tone. Zaire recognized it, but the headache that started earlier was now pounding. He took her hand. I'm sure you do, sweetie, but I have a terrible headache. I need to take some Advil and lay down. Disappointed because her plan was to put it on him, Champagne said, Oh, okay. She kissed him on the cheek and told him to get comfortable while she made him some Chanel tea to relax. The following day, Champagne was standing in Jackson's office. Her heart was racing. Uncertain about how he would respond, she was anxiety ridden and fearful. I'm resigning, she told him. I'm giving you 1 month's notice, but I'm leaving for a week vacation, so I won't be in next week. And whoa, hold up. Hold the fuck up. What the fuck are you talking about? What is this all about? Champagne was fed up. She was done and no longer had to put up with his attitude. And she wanted him to know it. I know you need to stop talking to me like that. Going on, Jackson said. Do you really think you could just come in here and quit just like that? Like you haven't signed a contract? Like you're not obligated to several clients? And on top of everything else, you tell me, not ask me, but tell me you're taking a 1 week vacation? I'm not a child, Jackson. I'm not a child. And I'm not one of your bitches that need to ask your permission. As a matter of fact, I'm a grown ass woman that hasn't signed a contract in over 2 years. Your ass forgot, and I didn't mention it. This is your business. That is the kind of shit you're supposed to keep tabs on, not me. I'm going on a vacation. I have more than enough time saved up, and I've contacted my main clients and told them I was resigning. I also informed them that your lover, Camille, will be taking over. That part slipped out, but Champagne was on a roll. Not only that, but nothing. You owe me. I made you, Jackson said hysterically. He depended on Champagne more than he thought. She trained everyone that came in after her and made him tons of money. She convinced his best clients to stay with him when he treated them like assholes. She convinced his best clients to stay with him when he acted like an asshole and was always the middleman in their conflicts. What the hell did she mean? She hasn't signed a contract in 2 years. Thinking about it, he realized she was right. She hadn't, and that possibly meant that some of the clients hadn't either. This wasn't something he felt like dealing with. Jackson knew that he Jackson knew that the right thing to do was to be sweet talk was to sweet talk her. Offer her a raise, maybe even a partnership. But his anger got the better of him. You know what? You can leave right now. I don't need any notice. Pack your shit and go. Champagne looked at him up and down and shook her head. That's just what I wanted to hear. Then she turned around and strolled out of his office, leaving him with a stunned look on his face. She'll be back, Jackson said from behind the door, trying to convince himself, I guess. As Champagne stepped into the hallway, some of the employees were smiling at her. They'd overheard. They exchanged and gave her the thumbs up. Most of them wanted to quit as well, but just didn't have the heart to. You're doing the right thing, Takia, Jackson, secretary told her. I might be right behind you. Smiling, Champagne decided to give her a life lesson. Takia, you're a quick learner. You're smart and intelligent. Life has so much to offer. Yet you take the abuse from Jackson on a daily basis. I know he pays you well, but you have to buy yourself a little more. Know your worth. And Jackson walked out of his office and glared at her. I thought you were leaving. Champagne looked at him and rolled her eyes. She started walking away and felt proud of herself. She was on her way to bigger and better things, things she worked hard for and thoroughly deserved. Chapter 7. The freaks come out at night. Houdini. The flight to Jamaica went smooth. That's the way it ought to be when you're traveling first class. Champagne read a book while Zaire napped. Zaire's napping came as a big surprise because he had a slight case of claustrophobia, and when in flight was always filled with nervous energy. So to see him resting and at peace was a good sign to Champagne. When they finally landed, Champagne glanced around in awe as she did whenever they would travel. Each new place provided a new adventure and different thrill. She loved traveling and seeing new cultures. She'd take in sights, the sounds, the aromas, and the people. Glancing around, she noticed that the majority of tourists were white. It always amazed her how white people would travel thousands of miles to be surrounded by black people. Champagne recalled a rerun of the Essence Awards, where Most Def, the rapper, poet, actor, made the comment he loved his people because they were his. She couldn't agree anymore. She knew and understood just what he was saying. She loved the cadence of black speech, the pimp walk, the sultry walk, and various skin tones of her people. She couldn't imagine wanting to be anything other than black. She and Zaire saw a group of women singing, Welcome to Jamaica, and they stopped to listen for a brief moment. Come on, baby. We don't want to miss the shuttle. Zaire pulled her along past a group of young boys asking in a low tone if they wanted to purchase some ganja. No thanks, Zaire quickly replied. Together, Champagne and Zaire carried with them 4 suitcases. They were seated in the shuttle on the shuttle bus next to a white couple, tonguing one another down. They looked at one another, kissed quickly, and held hands. Each attempted to prepare themselves for all the stories they heard about Hinduism. The white man, the white man came up for air and looked at Zaire. What resort are you going to? Hinduism. Glancing down at their bags, the couple smiled and said, First time, huh? Is it that obvious? Champagne asked. The couple laughed. Believe me, the man said, you won't be needing all that luggage. Then he introduced himself as Joe and his wife Cassandra. I'm Zaire, and this is my wife, Champagne. What unusual but yet beautiful names, Cassandra told him. Champagne wondered if she was seeing things. Did she just wink at me? This is our third time visiting, Cassandra said. Wow, you must like a lot. Champagne slumped back into his bed. You have no idea, Joe said. It is everything they say. Sexy, full of surprises, naked people everywhere, people having sex in and out in the open. Yep, you definitely have to be open minded. Neither Champagne nor Zaire said anything because they thought they were open minded. But were they really? Would they be able to handle all the nakedness? As they drove through the streets of Jamaica, the sun was beaming on their faces, and Champagne pulled out her shades, put them on, and glanced at the couple that sat beside them. Freaks, she wondered. Zaire wondered if they were swingers, and after looking and listening, he knew they were. How long before we get there? Zaire asked the driver. About an hour and a half, he replied. Champagne glanced at her, watching it with a sigh. They'd only been in the van for 15 minutes, and it seemed like an hour. She was hungry, tired, thirsty, and in need of a stretch. Along with all that, she was a little disappointed at the sights. She had pictured Jamaica as an exotic looking island, plush land, greenery everywhere. She pictured the people dressed in rich textured clothing, walking around like kings and queens. She pictured the whole island looking like a resort and thought the homes would look like castles. But what she saw was far from what she imagined. Instead, there were ghettos and poverty everywhere. Kids running around with no shoes on, their bodies covered in dirt and dusty clothes. And many were selling various items on the side of the street. Young and old were begging. It was heart wrenching. Champagne was ready to get out of the van, stretch her legs, breathe, and make sure she was still alive. First of all, the driver was speeding along with all the other drivers. In Jamaica, they drove the opposite side of the street. And every couple of miles, there was a sign that would read, over 200 people killed on these roads. Drive carefully. After about the fifth sign, she zapped Zaire on his shoulder and asked him, do you see those signs? Can you believe it? The driver overhearing this said, don't worry, pretty lady. I take good care of you. Make sure you get there safe. Champagne smiled in response. She loved his strong, confident accent. Do you think we can stop and get something to drink? Cassandra asked. Everything was in agreement. Sure, the driver replied. There's a little spot coming up. We'll stop there, get food, drinks, and eat some conch. Conch? Zaire asked. What's that? It's what the natives eat, especially the men. Makes them strong, virile, and attention. Everyone laughed because they knew what it meant. When he said at attention, I eat it every day and I have 6 kids. No one said a word. The last thing either couple wanted was 6 kids. A few minutes later, they were pulling up in front of something that looked like a shack on the outside, but was full-fledged dining area in the inside. The ladies sat while the men went to order their food. While the men were away, Champagne wanted to hear more about the Hinduism, so she asked Cassandra, do the people really have sex out in the open? Yeah, girl. You see, the more people drink and the later it gets, the more inhibitions are down. What side are you and your husband staying on? What do you mean, what side? The nude, prude, or optional side? Champagne laughed. You mean to tell me there's how they separate the people? You mean to tell me that's how they separate the people? Yes, that way no one is insulted or offended, and they don't have to take part in something they don't feel comfortable with. Before she could go on, Zaire and Joe appeared with platters of the spiciest aromatic foods. Champagne could feel her mouth watering. Where's our driver? She asked, looking around. Zaire nodded in the direction the driver was in, out back smoking weed with the owner. I don't know if I feel comfortable riding on these dangerous roads with someone getting high. They do this every day here, Joe informed her. Don't worry about it. It's just part of their lifestyle. Their culture to them, marijuana is a cigarette. Zaire sat across from Champagne. Joe was telling me to be aware of the people who try to befriend us in Hinduism. Champagne addressed Joe and wondered if him and his wife if they should be aware of. Really? Why? Well, first of all, you two are very attractive. First of all, you two are a very attractive couple, and that makes you sweeter material. Sweeter material. There was no way in hell Champagne would be swinging with or from anything other than her man's dick. A lot of that goes on down here. As a matter of fact, that's why a lot of people vacation here to do things they normally wouldn't do. So what are you saying? Is people just so what are you saying? People just approach you and be like, "Let's fuck?" Zaire asked. What they normally do this is send the woman over. She'll try to befriend Champagne and maybe invite you out to dinner for drinks. Cassandra picked up from there. Then she'll ask you if you want to dance, and that's when she'll make her move and try to test the waters. See how close she can get to you, fill you up. She'll say suggestive things, and the next thing you know, everybody is doing the wild thing. Zaire was liking what he was hearing. Just the thought of another woman filling Champagne up and she letting it happen was getting his dick hard. But her being with another man was a definite no-no. He was trying not to hear that. Oh, hell no, Champagne declared. I'm not with any of that. Cassandra laughed. Never say never, girl. Just from her saying that, Champagne and Zaire knew they were with the freakism. Back in the van, after eating and having a couple of drinks, everyone fell asleep. But not before Zaire whispered into Champagne's ear, I can't wait to make love to you on the beach. As they got closer to the resort, everyone took notice of the tight security at the gated resort. It was like being in a different world. One second they were in the ghetto, the next in paradise. They climbed out of the van and someone came to grab their bags. Champagne and Cassandra hugged, and Zaire and Joe shook hands. Well, see you around, Joe said as he and Cassandra walked away. Maybe we can hook up later for some drinks or something. That'd be cool, Zaire replied. There was no doubt about it. They were going to be on the nude side. Zaire and Champagne found out that they were on the optional side. As they were led to their rooms, many of the workers greeted them, telling them, enjoy your stay. Wow, everyone is so nice and courteous here, Champagne commented. They have to be if they expected anyone to be ass out. They have to be if they expect everyone to be ass out. Together they laughed and entered the room. There's no TV. Zaire walked all over to pull back the curtains and was caught off guard when he saw a dick swinging left and right and breast bouncing. Oh shit, he yelled out. Champagne walked over to see what caused the alarm. You think we can do it? Zaire asked. After a whole bottle of something? Together they stood and continued looking out of the window for a full 5 minutes. You tired? Zaire asked. I'm too excited to be tired. Let's take a quick shower and walk around, see what this place has to offer. They found out that it had a lot to offer, and it only took the first night. They met up with Joe and Cassandra, who were sitting with. Hold on, let's start this over. They found out it had took a lot. They found out that it had a lot to offer, and it only took the first night. They met up with Joe and Cassandra, who were sitting with a group of people at the bar, where the women were topless and the men had towels around their waists. Zaire and Champagne felt a little ill at ease, but got over it after a few drinks. Champagne wore booty shorts and a skimpy top, something she would never wear out in the open in the States, and Zaire wore swim trunks. There was no way he was showing his shit. Everyone was a little tipsy, and someone suggested they go over to the jacuzzi. Champagne looked over at Zaire, who was drinking more than usual. I'm with it if you are, he said. So over to the jacuzzi they went. There was nakedness everywhere. Zaire looked at Champagne to see if she was uncomfortable. He whispered, it's up to you. I don't know. Champagne wasn't sure how she felt about Zaire being around all those naked women and one of them Zaire was comparing dick sizes. Oh, come on, don't be scared, someone yelled out. Oh, oh, come on, don't be scared, someone yelled out. It's nothing. No one even cares. Look around you. They did, and no one did care. People were just walking about, drinking, playing volleyball, naked like it was nothing, like it was a natural thing to do. Fuck it. We're in another part of the world. We don't know anyone here, so why not? Led by the liquor, champagne slipped out of her shorts. Zaire noticed she didn't have on any panties. She then took her top off and climbed into the jacuzzi. Everyone started clapping. A surprised Zaire followed her lead. While in the jacuzzi, Zaire tried to take in the sights without making it too obvious. Champagne caught on and told him, "It's okay, you can look." The couple right next to them started kissing. There was nothing wrong with it, it just caught them off guard. But it became something when the woman straddled the man and rolled him right in front of everyone. Feeling more than a slight uneasiness, neither Zaire nor Champagne knew how to react. Did they watch? Do they watch? Do they turn away? Do they say something? They decided to do what everyone was doing, ignore it and act nonchalant, laid back and indifferent, as if it didn't matter one way or the other. They continued to drink and chat with the couple across from them. That didn't last too much longer because right in the middle of their discussion, the man sat up at the edge of the jacuzzi and his mate started sucking his dick. Unable to control himself, Zaire told Champagne, "I'm ready to go to our room." She could agree more. She couldn't agree more. Standing up and feeling overexposed once again, this time nipple protruding and sexual energy racing through her body, she started to climb over the edge. Zaire pulled her down. "I need a few seconds." She took to let me. His dick is hard and he doesn't want everyone to see. After a brief moment, they climbed out of the jacuzzi and somehow made it to their room without attacking one another. They never made it to the bed, though, because they stepped through the door. Champagne told her, "Fuck me." She didn't want to tell him that. As soon as she saw the lady straddle her man, Champagne let out a low and deep moan. She was close to an orgasm, a sensation she had been wanting. Zaire didn't know that she had already been playing with her pussy under the pressure of the water. So when he said he was ready to go, she was with it. Taking his hand and leading him over Taking his hand and leading him over to the dresser closest to the closet door, she leaned over and took her fingers and spread her pussy wide open from behind. Savoring the moment, Zaire stood with a gleam in his eyes. Loving her aggressiveness, he stepped closer, grabbing her ass cheeks, and entered her with force. "Shit," Champagne cried out. She wasn't expecting that. She thought he would try to tease her, but she enjoyed it this time just the same. Slowly leaving the walls of her wetness, he pulled back and entered her with force again. I like that. He knew she would. But then he decided to take it down a notch and slide in and out a little each time, driving her crazy. "Didn't I tell you to fuck me?" She wanted it fast and furious. "Come on, Zaire, do it like you mean it." Zaire gave her just what she wanted. A hard, intense fuck. He grabbed onto her waist and pulled her hips toward him, forcing himself deeper and deeper inside her with each thrust. Either it was Champagne's imagination or his dick was thicker and longer and stronger. Her moans were growing louder and louder. Zaire was covered in sweat, some of it dripping off his body. Normally it would have irritated the hell out of her, but not today. "I want to come with you inside me," she told him. He knew she would start playing with her clitoris and it would be a matter of minutes before she exploded. Later that night after shower, they went out one last time for drinks and a burger. Stop for a small break. Later that night after showering, they went out one last time for drinks and a burger at the midnight boil. They came back into their room and lay in bed discussing all that they'd seen so far. Champagne wondered if this experience would change them as individuals, or if it would change their relationship and their sex life would become more exciting and fulfilling as a result. Not getting that deep with it, Zion was wondering how he could get Champagne to make love to a woman while they were there. He wanted to bring it up, but was apprehensive about how she would react. Then suddenly unable to help himself, he blurted it out. Have you ever thought about sleeping with another woman? What? Have you ever thought about it? I heard you. After a couple of seconds of silence, Zaya said, well, I'm thinking either you have or you haven't. It wasn't that simple because, in all actuality, it really wasn't something she'd given any thought to, aside from her experimenting when she was younger, and that was with her secret. That was her secret. No, not really. Disappointed yet intrigued, he said, why not? I don't know. I'm not against it or anything. I just never been something I was interested in. Would you try it? Zaire tried to appear blessed in his questioning, biased with his questioning, but Champagne knew better. Why are you asking? Do you want me to? Do you want to have a threesome or something? Is that what this is about? You want to fuck somebody else? No, no, I don't want anyone else. But you, but a brother ain't gonna lie. I'd like to see you with another woman. Champagne looked over at him. How long have you been thinking about this? Since we've been together? I bring this up now because where we're at, because the opportunity may arise, because we don't know a soul here. Champagne grew quiet. She was actually considering his words, but fear kept her from voicing it. What came out instead was, if I agreed to something like that, which I probably wouldn't, would we get it? Who would get it? If I agreed to something like that, which I probably wouldn't, who would we get? I can't just be with anyone, and I'm not trying to lick any girl's pussy. Plus, I don't even know what kind of woman I would be interested in. Then, what if you're attracted to her? What if she wants to have sex with you? I wouldn't be able to handle that. And what if I get turned out? What do you mean, what if you get turned out? You know, we both saw Troses. That's a movie. Nah, that shit happens in real life. It wouldn't happen to us. Zaire was secure in his spot, at least to the point where he could believe a woman could take his away. Champagne looked at him and quoted Cassandra say never. And that's the end of chapter 7. It's been great. We'll continue with chapter 8 next reading. Hopefully, I'll have an audience. And thank you guys for coming. Have a nice night.